I will get that answered for you. But thank you guys all for coming out to our free mock ACT this Saturday. I'm sure there are other places that you would rather be. I know some of you are being forced to be here by your parents, but nonetheless, we're going to do our best to make it worth your while for coming out today. So we are going to be taking the test on our mock ACT app. This is the 5th time that we have used it. It has been flawless for the previous mock ACTs. I imagine it will be flawless today, but there's always the chance that something will happen. And if that does happen in your situation, then we will do what we can to make it up to you for the app not working for you for one reason or another. But last several times been flawless, and hopefully it will this time as well. Exciting thing about the app is you guys can continue to use this app on your own for the foreseeable future. All right. So you can find any of these tests online. There's a website called crackab.com. We'll tell you again about that later. Crackab.com that has 70 plus real ACT tests on there. And you guys can just get on to this app and plug in that test number, and it will automatically grade your test, automatically convert the scores, automatically create an analysis of the test for you moving forward. So hopefully you guys will find some benefit from that. If you guys are feeling a little bit nervous today, if this is one of the first times or the first time that you have ever taken the mock ACT or taken an ACT, that's a great thing. It is good to be in the environment and realize that you do not die at the end of this test. And if it is your first time, you're probably going to bomb the test. And I wouldn't think too much of it because everybody bombs it their first time. All right. It's just part of it. Doesn't mean that's where you're at. A lot of it is just learning how to deal with the pressure of the real ACT and getting used to the timing and all those things. So don't think too much of your score today. But if you guys were to just take the June ACT here in a few weeks, you would already likely score better just because you kind of know what to expect. And we highly recommend coming and taking mock ACTs before every future ACT that you take, because our stats show that nearly 100% of students who take a mock ACT right before a real ACT score higher than those who do not. It's good to just have it fresh in your mind, exactly what you need to work on and exactly how you respond to the mental aspect of taking a pressure standardized test. And so if you can familiarize yourself with that a few weeks before the test, it just makes it that much easier when you go in and you also have time to make adjustments. You guys will get to keep your tests. So feel free to, use those to help your study as well, to review the questions that you missed, learn from those, and do whatever you need to do to get that score up. But yes, as far as today goes, we're going to go ahead and get started. Hopefully everybody is on this screen on your phone or whatever device you are going to use to be able to take your test today as your digital answer sheet. And so I'm going to take us from that screen on to work through the test. But I want to make sure if everybody online is, at that blank screen that has the 3 little lines on it. Anybody not there, need help getting there? If you're online, like I said, just speak up if you're still not seeing that blank screen with the 3 little lines on it. Great. All right. So if everybody wants to go ahead and click on those 3 little lines and click on take a test. Take a test. All right. And on where it says choose a test, go ahead and type in 2014. All right. And you're going to choose 2014 2009J Mach 4, that option on the top there. And then where it says select test type, choose full test. Where it says choose a timing option, choose default We're doing default for everybody for today. If you do have accommodations when you do tests in the future on your own, you can use those accommodations, but everything in here is going to be standard time today. All right, I know to use a wristwatch as time will not be displayed to me. And that is just like the Real ACT. I think we actually are displaying time on here now. But still, it is ideal if you do not have a watch that we highly recommend that you get a watch and start practicing with a watch because wherever you go to take the test will likely not have a clock that is in a reasonable view. So highly recommend practicing with that watch so that you are practicing like you play. And I confirm that I'm using test 2014, which everybody in here is. So you can go ahead and then click begin test. And then where it says, are you sure? Go ahead and click yes. You should see this screen right here. Does anybody not see this screen on the board right here, right now? Great, great. All right. So let me make sure I'm following my own instructions. All right. So we're going to start off with the English section of the ACT. Please listen closely and follow my directions step by step. If you don't follow my directions, we may not be able to score your test. The ACT is composed of 4 multiple choice tests in English, mathematics, reading, and science. The test will be administered under standard time conditions. If you think that you qualify for time accommodations on the actual test, please see your counselor if you need assistance applying for the special accommodations. You may not eat, drink, or use tobacco products in this room. Reading materials are also not permitted. During the actual test, you can't use electronic devices even on your breaks, and you'll be disqualified from the test if monitors discover you using one. Please put your calculators away. You can only use it on the mathematics test. Please clear your desk of everything except your pencil, eraser, and your phone and test or device you'll be using as your digital answer sheet. You can't use scratch paper during the test. You are allowed to write in your test booklet and do any figuring or scratch work. Also, if you want to tear the staples, for those of you that are here in person, feel free to just take that staple out or tear it if it's, hard to navigate back and forth there. I will be walking around the room, making sure that you're working on the right test. If you need something or have a question, just raise your hand and I'll come to you. If you're wearing a watch with an alarm, you'll have to turn it off. Having an alarm go off during the test is a violation of the test rules and you'll be disqualified from the test. Please double check that your watch alarms are turned off. Are there any questions? All right. I am the official timekeeper for this test. I will give you a 5-minute warning before the end of each test. When I call time at the end of a test, you must stop immediately and put your pencils down. Look up at me so I know you've stopped. If you finish before time is up, you can go back and recheck your answers in that test only. Go to your app and click take a test and wait, or take test and wait for me. So click that. Don't click the yes just yet. Just click the take a test and then wait for me. We will all click yes at the same time. So please wait to click yes until I say so. There is to be no more talking from this point on. Listen carefully to the following instructions. Make sure your stopwatch or timer is set to 45 minutes. If you are using a stopwatch, you will have 45 minutes to work on test 1. You can't begin until I tell you to begin. You can only work on test 1. You can recheck your answers, finish early, or close your test booklet and sit quietly. Does anyone have any questions before we begin? All right, let me get my timer set up here. 45 minutes. All right. When I say go, everybody will click yes and begin the test. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. You have 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. stop, put your pencils down, and go ahead and click finish test if your test has not already closed. We are going to move on to the science section now. So all problems, math section now, sorry. We're going to move on to the math section now. All problems on the math test are designed to be solved without a calculator. However, you are allowed to use an approved calculator for the test. You're responsible for knowing if your calculator is permitted. Check the ACT website if you're not sure if your calculator isn't permitted. TI-89 calculators are not permitted. It is also your responsibility to make sure your calculator is working and has good batteries. You can bring a spare calculator into the test, but only one calculator can be used at a time. You will have 60 minutes to work on test 2. You can't begin until I tell you to begin. You can only work on test 2. You can recheck your answers if you finish early or close your booklet and sit quietly. You can't change any of your answers for test 1 or look ahead in the test booklet. There will be a break after this test. Please go ahead and click Take Test on the next section, but do not click Yes until I tell you to. Yes, you may get your calculator. All right, go ahead and open the test to booklet 2, the math test on there. And like I said, if you guys are here in the physical class, you are welcome to take that staple out if it makes it easier for you to go back and forth between your different pages, which isn't as big of a deal on the math, but you can do that. All right, so all right, I'm going to go ahead and put the time in my phone. Give me 1 second. All right, does anyone have any questions before we begin? Online peeps, speak up because I can't see everybody. All right, I'm going to give us a 5-second countdown. When I say go, go ahead and click yes and begin your test. We will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. You have 5 minutes remaining. Pencils down, pencils down. Go ahead and click finish test if it is not closed already. And we are done with the math section. So we're going to take a 10-minute break here. Yes, if you guys are here at physical location, there's some snack machines right outside of the door. Encourage you to grab a little something. If you don't have something on your own, the restrooms are right outside of the door here as well. But we will be back and starting at 10:55 Eastern time. 10:55 Eastern time. It's 10:54 Eastern time here. So in 10 minutes, 10:55 Eastern time. And yeah, see you back here shortly. Olivia Price, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, perfect. All right, you guys, we are going to talk a little bit about college admissions stuff, and then we'll jump right back into the reading section of the ACT. So want to talk to you guys about some tools you guys can access for free on our website, and help you make better decisions on choosing where you want to go to school. So you guys are lucky. Prior to October of 2021, there wasn't much good data on how well students who were graduating from different schools with different majors were doing after they graduated. But in 2021, FreeOps, the Foundation for Research for Equal Opportunity, did a study of 30,000 majors to be able to calculate what students who graduated from these different schools were making after they graduated, depending on what they majored in. So now you can look up the major of almost any school in America and see how much students who graduated from that school with that major are making in the real world after they graduate. Where this data comes from is that every school in America, to be able to receive federal aid from the government, the Pell Grant students from the government, they have to do research on the students who previously received Pell Grants from their institution on how much they are making after they graduate to make sure that the Pell Grants are a good investment in their school. And so they took all this data along with and cooperated with three other resources of data to create what we are calling the ROI calculator. There are also some other options online to be able to see what other places are doing. College Scorecard is the actual government's website where you can get the foundational data that this is based on. And payscale.com is another place as well. But they found some interesting things. One thing they found is that 25% of majors have a negative return on investment, meaning if you go to school there and graduate, get a degree, you will make less over the course of your lifetime than a student who only has a high school diploma when you consider how much money they spent to go there and giving up 4 years of their working life. So you do not want to pick one of those majors. All right. And another fun thing that they found on the positive side is that 10% of majors have $1 million or more return on investment. So that is after considering how much students spent to go to school there and giving up 4 years of their working life. And I know everybody's making a huge hoopla about debt, and debt is a horrible thing. You know, you want to avoid it at all costs. But I think we've gone too far in encouraging students to worry so much about debt to the point where you are making poor decisions for your future. It would be worth it in many scenarios for you to consider a better school where you might have to take out a loan to be able to go to school there because it's an investment in your future. If you look at the numbers of how much more you are going to make over the course of your life, if you graduate with the exact same degree, you're going to work just as hard, regardless of where you go to school. But some schools are just way better at helping students get high-paying jobs after they graduate. And that's what this resource will help you identify. And the way that this works is you can search all of the 30,000 majors and degrees. All right. We recommend that you narrow it down to just put in the major that you are interested in. You know, a lot of students get upset with us when we are presenting this, like, I don't want to just pick based off money. We're not encouraging you to do that. It's just a tool to use, to think about. This single decision is probably going to have a bigger financial impact on your life than any other decision you will make again in your life. It matters a lot. And where you go to school matters probably a lot more than you think. And that is why we give you this tool. And so you can put in your major that you're considering doing. And you guys can get to this on our website. Go to actprep.com. You just click on the college resources tab and then click on ROI calculator. Okay. But when you are on here, so let's say, somebody's considering computer science. Okay. You can see how much students across the nation are making. Students at California Institute of Technology, on average, after they graduate, are making $164,000 a year, starting salary. All right. We just had a graduate from the University of Chicago making $180,000 a year, their first job out of college. And his internships in college were paying $40 an hour. He had an internship after his freshman year in New York City, where they paid for his living expense and paid him $40 an hour on top of that. I mean, the experience that some students are having in college is incredibly different than the experience that students who aren't going to some of the more competitive schools are having. And that's not the best option for everybody. But we just want to encourage you, if it is an option for you, it's at least worth considering. And if you are a sophomore or below, and you're probably thinking, my ACT score is bad or whatever, these aren't really an option for me. Our experience is that if you're starting prep, your sophomore year or younger, just about any increase is possible on your ACT. Just about any increase is possible on your ACT. And so we hope that you don't just decide that you can't have this opportunity to go to the school that you want to go to based off of what you find on this chart. But on a lot of these schools, you'll be making more than double doing the exact same major at this school over this school. And so this is a tool to help you find some schools you might want to consider when you are getting ready to make that decision. All right. So another tool that we want to, and anybody have any questions on how the ROI calculator works? Great. All right. So another tool that we want to share with you guys is It Pays to Prep scholarship guide, which you can find by going to our website, actprep.com, click on college resources. There's It Pays to Prep Tennessee if you are a Tennessee resident. And we don't have one for all the other individual states, but we do have an out-of-state scholarship guide. And we're going to teach you guys how to find scholarships here shortly. But yes, so we'll start off just with this It Pays to Prep Tennessee guide. It'll give you the same type of information that you'll need for any state, for those of you joining from states other than Tennessee. But the way this It Pays to Prep scholarship guide works is we've given you a column of the ACT scores needed and the GPAs needed. And so you can just look up your ACT score and your GPA, which you will have your ACT score as second you get done with your test today, and see how much money you will get at these different schools. So if you are talking to a parent or really anybody, it's insane when we hear people talking about scholarships. When most people talk about scholarships, they're thinking about private scholarships that you have to get online and search through all these like scholarship websites and fill out these essays to maybe get an interview at one of them to maybe make it to the next round and get those. It is like insane process, and it is where a tiny amount of the scholarship dollars actually come from. The vast majority of scholarship dollars come from institutional scholarships from the colleges that you are going to. And a large percentage of these are guaranteed scholarships, which means If you have a certain ACT score and a certain GPA, you are guaranteed a certain amount of money as long as you get everything turned in on time. No essays to fill out, no interviews that you need to do. It is a great system that allows you to see how much money you're going to get at these different schools. And if you aren't getting those, or you are getting those and you want more, the best next place to look is at the college that you are going to. That is where the most dollars are going to come from. And most of those scholarships are also going to continue to feed you for the remainder of your time at that school, where a lot of the ones that you search for online on those scholarship websites are just for 1 year. A lot of them are just a one-time scholarship. I mean, we're not against that, but one thing you do need to know about those private scholarships is that if you get institutional money, some institutions will decrease the amount of scholarship money they're going to give you if you bring in private scholarship money. So it's like you are working harder than you need to work and defeating yourself. If it's a last dollar scholarship is what they've called at some of these schools, it just means they'll fill in what is remaining up to this point. So these are where you should start your scholarship searches, is looking at the schools that you are considering and seeing what you would get at these different schools. All right. And so just to, give you guys a little brief overview of this. So we've broken it down so you can see how much the scholarship is by itself, how much it is with Hope and GAMS. If you are a Tennessee resident, we have a lottery scholarship in Tennessee. So everybody that has at least a 21 ACT score, at least a 3.0 GPA, gets this money to any school that they go to in Tennessee. We then list the sticker price so you can see how much it costs to go there. And then we have the amount remaining per year to be able to attend there. So this just gives you a good idea of what it's going to cost. We tell you if it is a guaranteed scholarship or not, which is what I was just describing. We also tell you if they accept super scores for that scholarship or not. Super score means you just take the ACT multiple times. They'll take your best English, best math, best reading, best science from each of those tests that you take and create one super score. And we also list the last ACT and GPA accepted. A lot of students are not aware that even after the admissions deadline, you can continue taking the ACT to bump up your scholarship amount. All right. For example, here in Knoxville, the University of Tennessee, their deadline for admissions is December, but you can keep taking the ACT all the way up till July 1st, or getting them the scores at least by July 1st to bump up your scholarship amount. And it's a guaranteed scholarship, so that is a beautiful thing. And as always, the scholarship informations that we are listing on the website, these are a moving target at every school. They're updating their stuff all the time, and every school is different, and every year they're different. So we've linked the website. So we always recommend, after you find the scholarship you're thinking about, that you actually go and make sure all those stats are still accurate. And they'll probably even change by the time that you are applying, but at least you know what you're looking at and what you're needing to hit so that you can prep properly. We're going to give you guys some advice on prepping and send you guys a video series to help you prep more effectively. Hopefully you guys will have hope that you can all score much higher on this ACT, regardless of how you do in this room here today. All right. So that's all we got for the scholarship calculator. We do also have the same for out-of-state scholarships, hundreds of out-of-state scholarships. This is the best database we have ever found. We're always trying to look for new out-of-state scholarships, and we have compiled everything that we have found all in one place. So if you are considering going out of state, which we highly recommend, using your college experience to be able to get out of your comfort zone, go see a different part of the world, this can help you see how much you could get at these different schools. All right. So any questions about the APASA Prep Scholarship Guide? All right, guys. So we're going to go ahead and start working on our reading section then. Keep us moving along here. All right. 1 second. All right. So you will have 35 minutes to work on test 3. You can't begin until I tell you to begin. You can only work on test 3. You can recheck your answers if you finish early or close your answer sheet inside of your test booklet and sit quietly. You can't change any of your answers on test 1 or 2 or look ahead in your test booklet. Please. All right. All right. So please go ahead and hit the, where is it at? Yeah, please go ahead and hit the take a test button, but do not hit yes until I tell you to hit yes. Does anybody have any questions before we begin test 3 here? All right, we'll have 35 minutes on this test. I'm going to give us a 5-second countdown. I do actually here, I highly recommend if you are here in the physical class that we go and pull the staples apart for each of the reading pages because it's really hard to go back and forth between the passages and the questions if you leave that staple in. So it's best to just tear each of those pages at the staple right now so you can have both sitting on your desk and just going back and forth between them. All right, I'll give you guys a second to do that. All right, looks like we got everybody done. All right, so I'm going to give us the 5-second countdown here. Yeah, again, please know these are your tests. You guys are welcome to write all over them. Highly encouraged to underline when you guys are reading the passages and whatnot. So we will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. You have 5 minutes remaining. Pencils down, pencils down. Go ahead and click finish test if it did not close already. All right. All right. So we are going to do a little talk before we start the next section. All right. So, just want to tell you guys a little bit about what you guys have available after this. As soon as you guys finish the science section next, you will automatically get your results. They'll just pop up on your screen for all 4 of the sections along with your composite score, and you guys are free to go. If you finish early, if you do leave before the time is up, please be quiet and make sure not to disturb anybody else. If you have a parent picking you up, it looks like we're going to be a good bit early, probably about 12:30 is when we'll get done. So you guys go ahead and send them a text while I'm doing this little talk here over the next couple of minutes. Another thing you guys will all have available to you is if you want to do a consultation over this test that you took, just get some free advice. You don't have to prep with us. You can schedule that on our website or just send us an email to schedule that, which you can find our contact info very easily on our website at actprep.com. And we're happy to look over your test with you and give you some recommendations on what some next steps that you can do over the coming months or coming years, depending on where you are in your process, to help you increase as much as you can. But before we get into that, I do want to tell you a little bit about our program and about what we offer you. We would love to have you guys consider us for your ACT prep if you guys do end up hiring professionals to help you on this journey. But my background is probably very different than you are imagining right now. I was actually the worst student ever when I was y'all's age. I went to Farragut. I was one of them for our locals here. And I never went to class. I had to retake Algebra 1 5 times when I was in high school. And I eventually dropped out of high school. I never finished school. And I tried to make it in the real world without having a high school diploma and found things were not going to go as I had hoped. So I became uber motivated to do something with my life. I got my GED, enrolled at Pellissippi State Community College right here where we're filming this from, and was fortunate enough to have mentors take me under their wings and teach me how to be successful at school and life. And it worked. I did very well here at Pellissippi. I made almost a perfect I made almost perfect straight A's all the way through school. I made almost a perfect 100 in every math class that I took when I was here. I was president of my student body. And eventually I made it on USA Today's All Tennessee academic team before graduating from Maryville College, which is where I eventually got my degree. So let's say that regardless of where you were at on this test in life, in your academics, you can be in a very different place if you are willing to do what it takes. All right. And as far as the ACT goes, it takes a lot of work. A lot of students, when they come to us for test prep, they're like, I know the material. I just need to work on my timing. The reality is it's not the case. And I'm saying that in the most loving way possible. We have students who start our program with 34s on their ACT, and the amount of content that they still need to learn is incredible to get them to that 36. All right. And it is fascinating again and again. Students who start our program with a 34 often put in more hours than every other student in their program in an effort to hit that 36. All right. So more than likely, you've been exposed to the content, but you do not know it at a mastery level. Know it to where you can do it at the time that they give you to do it, which is a very crunch amount of time. All right. And so that is what we do in our program. We help you find all of your gaps in your foundations first before we really start doing all of the timing stuff and the strategy stuff. Because no matter how many tips, tricks, or other if you don't know the content at a mastery level, you're just not going to be able to do it in the time that they have given it to you. All right. So that is what we're going to do. And that just takes a lot of work. But the reality is, if you guys go to another program, Princeton Review or Kaplan or any of them, you will likely see a quick bump in your scores because they're going to teach you some of those tips and tricks. And that's great if you just want a little 2, 3, maybe 4-point jump. But we are one of the only programs in the nation that guarantees a 5-point composite increase or greater on your ACTs. And the way we're able to do that is because a very high percentage of our students are doing it. And it does require you to put in the work, which our program requires a lot of work. So we're looking at 1.5 to 2 hours a day for 13 weeks. So it is more than most students are going to be willing to put on. And we totally understand if that isn't for you. But what we can assure you is that you are going to get a bigger increase in our program than in any other option that you have available. We guarantee it. We put our money where our mouth is. And, just to help you see what is possible in our programs, I encourage you guys to get on other websites, do your research, and see what their students are getting, because I can assure you, you're not going to see increases like these on any other program's website anywhere. Here, we'll just go through some of our top students. We got Scott Dunlap from Bearden, 9-point increase from a 25 to a 34. Sarah Perez from Catholic, 9-point increase, 25 to a 34. Nicholas Gilbert from Oneida, 9-point increase, 25 to a 34. Emma Poindexter from Farragut, 9-point increase, 26 to a 35. Kenzie Hemsley from HVA, 10-point increase from an 18 to a 28. Anthony Montegudo from HVA, 10-point increase, 21 to a 31. Samuel Mize from Seymour, 10-point increase, 23 to a 33. Matthew Bringle from Grace, 10-point increase, 23 to a 33. Davis Garrett from Lansing Christian, 10-point increase, 26 to a beautiful 36. Did it as a freshman. A lot of students are thinking, one of the things we get into deep is that a lot of students think this is a high school test. And one of the most controversial things that we will try to teach you is that this is a daggone middle school test. It really is a middle school test. We had a 7th grader do our program a couple summers ago, ended up hitting a 36 on the English section because you have learned everything that you really need to learn on the English section by the end of 8th grade. She was in 7th grade, and she obviously learned enough to be able to have foundations to where we could build upon it and get her to a 36. But the reading section, it's just testing your reading speed and comprehension. There's nothing you're going to learn in high school that's going to get you a bump other than just reading more. All right. Your science section, a lot of students are waiting until they finish physics and all these things. But the reality is there are only 4 questions per test on the science section that require outside science knowledge. It is just testing your ability to read charts and graphs and think scientifically, which is a section we're about to get to. All right. They might make you think that you need to know all these insane, crazy words. But the reality is you just need to be able to match one insane, crazy word with the other insane, crazy word and determine if it goes up or down when this other insane, crazy word that you don't know what it is goes up or down. And so that's how they trick you into thinking that you need more stuff than you really do. The math section is the only section that you really do need some of the content that you have, or, a significant portion of content that you're going to have on the math section. But for the rest of the tests, it is mainly just a middle school content level. So all I'd say, Davis Garrett is proof of that, was a freshman, was able to do a program, hit a 36. Caroline Martin from HVA, 11-point increase, 17 to a 28. Holly McKinney from HVA, 11-point increase, 20 to a 31. Grant Coggin from Farragut, 11-point increase, 21 to a 32. Eddie Chow Shu from LNN, 11-point increase, 21 to a 32. Arpit Patel from LNN, 12-point increase, 21 to a 33. Rachel Erickson from West, 12-point increase, 22 to a 34. And our current record holder, Ms. Claire Gruen from Farragut. Some of you might know her mom. She teaches at Farragut. 13-point increase from a 21 to a 34. All right. So no matter where you are at on this test, you can be in a very, very different place if you're willing to do what it takes. All right. So do not let yourself get discouraged based on how you do on this test. If you want it bad enough, it is absolutely possible. Our experience is that nearly 100% of students with at least a 3.5 GPA have at least a 28 ACT score in them. And it really shows us again and again and again that is true. It might take you a lot of work to get there, but you got it in you if you want it. And if you have the time to be able to invest. So would love to have you guys in our program. Even if it is not for you, we would really appreciate your help in spreading the word about our program, actprep.com. It's got to be the easiest website to remember and let your friends know that something like our program exists. And the easiest way to spread the word is actually free events like this. Free mock ACTs, just telling your friend when we have these, if they want to start thinking about beating this test. And we'd love to give you guys that opportunity. We'll also be sending you guys free videos like I had mentioned at the beginning to be able to get you improved on your own for free. And if you guys, go to this website, crackab.com. All right, crackab.com. Crackab.com. We're pretty sure that what they do is illegal, but they have more than 70 real past ACT tests on there. More than 70 real past ACT tests on there. And so you can just take practice tests, find what you need to learn, work on your timing, work on all those things. We want you guys to get as high as you can get and then come and do our program, and we'll add 5 points on top of that. You get yourself up to a 28. You're eligible for a 34 plus guaranteed program. And then you're in a small group, but we guarantee you 34. 34 is going to be full tuition or maximum scholarship dollars at most schools in America. And we would love to make that a reality for you. So get yourself up as high as you can on your own and then come to us. We'd love to get you that next. You guys can use our app with every test that you find on there to be able to grade it for you, convert the scores, all things, give you analysis of the test, tell you what categories you guys are missing. So that is another benefit of coming out to those free mock ACTs. Love to have more of your friends. All right. So as far as our next start date, we do have a start date on May 12th. It'd be hard to get you guys in there if anybody is considering, wanting to jump in there right away. But if you call us, we might still be able to get you in there. But a better class is our next start day after that is June 9th. If you guys are wanting to prep over the summer, it's great when you have a little bit of extra time to be able to utilize your summer to get your ACT scores up. And our experience is the best time to prep is the summer after your sophomore year. So if any of you are sophomores, this is really certainly not too early. In our experience, it is the ideal time. Would get you eligible for all your dual enrollment classes, make you more competitive for your governor's school next year, get you ready for the PSAT, which you're going to take in the fall of your junior year. So many benefits of getting all your prep done. Seriously, you can have it all done by the end of your summer after your junior or sophomore year. And then you get to enjoy the last 2 years of your high school or keep working if you want to get your ACT score even higher. All right. So that is all that we got. Really appreciate your help spreading the word. But other than that, we're going to go ahead and get this science test knocked out. And as soon as you guys get done with this, like we said, You guys are free to go. Please just be super quiet if you do leave before the time is up. All right, so let me get out the final instructions here. All right, you will have 35 minutes to work on test 4. You can't begin until I tell you to begin. You can only work on test 4. You can recheck your answers and finish earlier. Close your answer sheet. All right, please. We recommend that you pull the test apart at the Staples. So just like we did on the reading, I'll give you guys a second to go ahead and pull all these pages apart because you'll have the questions on one side and the graphs and charts on the other. So you want to be able to easily just look back and forth on those without having to flip back and forth on the pages. All right. All right. So does anybody have any questions before I do the countdown? Get my timer set up here. Go ahead and click take test, but don't click yes just yet. All right, we will all click yes together in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. You have 5 minutes remaining. Pencils down, pencils down. Go ahead and click submit test, finish test if it has not closed already. You guys, results should pop up and you guys all free to go. If anybody has any individual questions, I'll stick around a little bit longer. But for everybody else, hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend and hopefully we'll see you again.
What is the average score?
For nationwide, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It fluctuates from year to year, but if you count everybody who takes the test, it's about a 21. But if you count, students who end up going to college, it's a bit higher. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but the national average is around a 21 most years. What you got?
I got, well, that's what that is, but I screenshotted it, and it's that. So, like, do you have any tips? Because I don't know why my reading score is like that. Like, even in the pre-ACT, I got a low reading score.
So have you read more than 100 fiction books for fun or 100 books for fun in your lifetime, or is it between 50 and 100 or less than 50? 50 to 100?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty low for 50 to 100. So I mean, the simple solution is just to take some practice tests because, if you've read that many books, it can only really be a timing issue on the reading because there's no knowledge. There's just all the answers right there on the daggone page. It's the only test that's true for. So
For me, I read it for fun all the time, but then this is a lot lower than what I got for the pre-ACT.
pre-ACT suck. We hate the pre-ACT. We literally won't even accept them because of how often they are just horribly high in comparison to the reality. What'd you get on this one?
I got a 20 on this one.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like that is why we will not, because we have so many parents that are so mad at us after the programs. They're like, our score went down. It's like, no, you compared it to the pre-ACT. That's not a real, we hate it. I mean, we have so many parents who get mad at us, and that's why we just stopped accepting it because it's not reliable. But now you know where you're at, and that's, a good starting place. But if you got a 33 on the pre-ACT, you got a really great reading score. I mean, you certainly have a 36, would be my guess, in you. So I wouldn't worry about that one bit. Yeah, no, and it's super normal, and it just takes training. I mean, it really is that simple on the reading. And we actually, on our website, if you click on that college resources tab, we have released our class, one of our classes on reading on there. So you could just watch that class and practice with those ACT tests listed on crackab.com. And I mean, it'll come up 6 to 8 points in 1 week. If you put in, a bunch of hours. It takes about 9 practice tests to get it up about, that many points, but it'll come right up. I wouldn't worry about it too much. So yeah.
I'm still a sophomore. I'll practice like a lot to make it go up. And like, do you recommend just reading a lot of books and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, reading fiction specifically is what's going to have the biggest impact from what we've seen. AP classes also help. That's good. That's good. Your scores will bump up for every AP class that you take. We don't see it for honors classes. We don't see it for dual enrollment, but for AP classes, we definitely see, come up for those. So as far as, other thing, we teach something called a 20-minute challenge. And, if you don't have a ton of time to read, then a 20-minute challenge is a great way to be intentional about increasing your reading speed and comprehension. So what you do is you just set a timer for 20 minutes when you're reading a fiction book. And then you read at a comfortable pace. You're not speed reading. Speed reading is not a good strategy on the ACT. And skimming is not a good strategy on the ACT. So you want to read comfortably for 20 minutes and just when your alarm goes off, count the number of pages that you read in that 20 minutes. And the next day, do the same thing and just try to barely push your reading speed, a quarter of a page per day. You do that for 3 months, you'll probably increase your reading speed by about 30%. But I don't know that that's the issue in your scenarios because you've already read a lot of books, So, once you get up to 100, you're not going to make a big difference after you've read 100 books, unless you're intentional about it. But I would say you got time. I wouldn't stress about the reading section too much. But we would love to have you in one of our programs.
Oh, yeah, I already signed up.
Oh, great. Okay, great. Okay. So all these things, you can nix everything that I just said. When are you starting?
So since I have governor school in June, I'm starting in July.
Perfect.
And I also had a question because I know there was a Google form. I don't know what form it was, but it was asking for all the scores and it wouldn't let me submit. So then I texted you and you said do the mock ACT and then so do I just do that form now since I have the scores?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you can just, if you've already gone past that screen, you can just text them to your enrollment coordinator and she'll enter them for you.
Oh.
Cool. Yeah. So, between now and July, then I would just start doing the 20-minute challenges. I wouldn't worry about anything else. Just start working on that reading speed and comprehension. And then when you start in July, you could already have increased your reading speed and comprehension by 30% by that date. And then, we'll get you a good increase come July. Cool.
Yeah. And I don't have any event.
Well, you should have somebody texting with you to help you get set up on that. When did you sign up?
2 weeks ago.
Okay, so nobody's reached out to you to help you get up on that? Let me just check into that. All right. What is your name?
Last name is Naive Vivianchi. Nayyi. Do you know a boy named Yogi Patel?
I do.
He's the one there. He said,
Yeah, I love Yogi. He did really well. Hit a 35 on his ACT. I think it was 8-point increase. So he was a happy camper. All right. So yeah, we'll get that sorted out and I will, we'll make sure that it might just be because it's not till July. So they're prioritizing everybody that's right now about to start, but you will have somebody reach out to you and get all that taken care of. So you can just text it to me in the meantime and we'll get you up. Actually, if you just want to screenshot that and just text it to me, you have my number.
Yeah.
So, okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Have a great day.
you do the same. You do the same.
Not terrible.
No,
I
no.
was happy with English.
Yeah, that's beautiful English for sure. And math, dang it. It's what you've been scoring on your practice test,
Yeah.
31. So,
It's like could not do that a lot. This one, how'd you go about that one?
do you know, okay, you know your formula.
Is that the right one?
1/2 AB sine C, yeah. All right, so can I see your pencil? Area of this one of ABC is 30. What is the area of PQR? Okay, because these lengths are the same, so it'd just be 110. So we just need to figure out All right, so 30. Did you solve for this and get 60?
Just move the 1/2 over.
Okay, so it's x. Oh, yeah, times y. So you don't need to know what x and y are individually. Sine 70. All right, so then divide, multiply. Okay, I got it. Yeah, so you did this, and then did you divide by sine 70?
At that point, I just didn't know what to do.
Okay, if you just divide this by sine 70, that'll tell you what xy equals. X times y equals. Does that make sense? That's all that's remaining. And since you know what xy equals, whatever xy equals, you can just do 1/2, whatever xy equals sine 110 to get, yeah, you see what I'm saying?
So I could just do the 30 divided by sine 70.
60 divided by sine 70.
Well, the 1/2 wouldn't matter, would it?
Yes, it would, because you have to get AB slash XY by themselves, because you're solving for XY, what XY multiplied together equals.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if this is just to figure out what XY
Yeah.
equals, X times Y equals, and then you're just plugging in what it equals there into the formula.
That's simple. This question right here, I had no idea what it was asking. I was just so confused for the life of me.
Which of the following equations is a set of real numbers that are 5 units from -3? So 5 units from -3 would be -8 and 2. So we want to figure out, I mean, the best way I know to do it is just play around with these and see which one of these comes
Those
out true
numbers
for.
plug into here?
Yeah, into X
Okay.
values, and one of these is going to come out to, be true. So yeah, -8 and 3 would be 5, and then 2 plus 3 would be 5. So it would be F. I mean, it seems like, that would be the answer.
I just didn't know what it was asking. It was, I don't know, just the wording, the way it was, I've just hadn't seen it before. I was like, I didn't know what it was doing.
Yeah.
So, yes, sir.
Cool beans, man. We'll keep plugging away. We got a few more days of math. Let's get it higher and beat Sylvia, dadgummit. For sure, man. Have a good one.